Okay, gonna share. Gonna share with my friends. Gonna share with my friends. There we go. Here, that's what I want to do. Okay, that's done. Share all my friends. Now we're just gonna wait. Hope that people show up, even though it's late on a Sunday. Don't normally do my stuff this late, but you know, it is what it is. Don't show again. That. There. Okay. All right. Cool. Got my stuff. I have a lot of fun timers for this one. So. Nice cup of chai tea latte that I'm going to probably have to replace here soon because it's already almost gone. That's what you get for having a small mug. Okay. All right. So I guess I'll kind of get started. People will probably be coming in as I talk. So hello, everybody that are joining me. Hi. Hello, Anne. How are you? Hello, WV Rambler. Don't think I recognize your name, but regardless, hello. Welcome to the sprints. Hope you guys are doing well today. So yes, it is very late on a Sunday. I apologize. I hope some of you, if you are subscribed, may have seen the post I put out because I have the ability to make posts on my channel now, which is awesome. I think that's something that I got with reaching 500 subscribers. So yay me. But yeah, so, okay. Well, let's get right into it then. All right, Anne. I am today going to be reading Black House by Stephen King and Peter Straub. If you guys have been with me for a little bit, you'll know that I recently read The Talisman, which is the first book in this. I'm also on the East Coast. It is fairly late for me in the day just because I don't normally start my reading sprints this late at 8 p.m. And typically I go to bed between 10 and midnight. So it is fairly late for me in my day because I do work during a normal work week, 8 to 5 basically. So 7. Okay. So you're more in the central time zone. But yeah, so anyway, I apologize for the fact that last night I did not host my sprints as I have been trying to have as a consistent schedule. I don't know what it is, but it seems like every single weekend, everybody wants to get a hold of me to come hang out and see me because I work during the week normally, as do most people. So my weekends have just been super busy. And then a lot of times I'm with my mom and my family, and it goes way longer than we expect because usually we get started later in the day doing stuff, and then it gets to be 6, 7 o'clock, and I'm like, crap, I got to get back for sprints, and then it still takes us forever. Yesterday, actually, though, I was gone because my grandfather was celebrating his birthday. My grandfather turned 71 on Friday, and we were having all the family over Saturday for the celebration. So that is why I was out yesterday, because I did not get back home until about 8:30, and then we had company over here. Robert had some friends over for quite some time, and so I didn't want to be rude and just, go hide away. I wanted to actually spend time with our friends. So reading a new book, The Silver Bullets of Annie Oakley by Mercedes Lackey, magical realism set in the 1880s. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Annie Oakley, I feel like I know that name. I don't know why I know that name, but that's a very familiar name to me. But yeah. Okay, so with that out of the way, all that stuff, just kind of apologizing. I am trying to make it so that I have like a little bit more of a consistent schedule when it comes to sprints. I've been trying to figure out what's going to work best, whether Saturdays or Sundays do. I have a distinct feeling I'm going to have to basically do the sprints on Sundays. But the only problem is that I have my friend Princess also does sprints 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 12 p.m. Pacific, which it's for her 12 p.m. is when she does it. Famous Woman Sharpshooter. That's why I know it. Thank you. Anyway, so her sprints go on about 3 p.m. my time. So I don't want to like run my sprints the same time she does because I actually like to partake in her sprints. But it's also like I don't want to be up super early on Sunday either to do mine, and I don't always want to do them at like 8 p.m. And so it's like trying to figure out what's going to work best. And then Saturdays, I never really know what is going on, if I'm going to be with family or whatever. So that's kind of been why it's been back and forth with like times and days and all that. So I apologize as I try to figure this all out. I might just have to start saying to people, hey, I can't be out past like 7:30 because I got stuff I'm doing from like 8 to midnight on Saturdays. Maybe I just got to put my foot down about it. Who knows? Reading 2 books, Jade City and Girls with Razor Hearts. I really want to eventually read Jade City. I have heard nothing but good things about it. Girls with Razor Hearts, I feel like I know that title, but I don't think I've heard much about it. But yeah, so anyway, oh my God, ow. I just whacked myself on the side of the head with that. Ow. Dang, I'm hurting myself recently, apparently. Anyway, yes, like I said, I'm reading Black House. This is the second book in a duology by Stephen King and Peter Straub. If you know anything about this, it's basically, I read the first book here a few weeks ago, and some of you guys may have heard me talk about it. I did not care for it. I had a lot of issues with it. I also have a review video for the Talisman. This is the sequel that is not only published like 10 plus years, I think, or so after the Talisman, but this is also set like 20 years or so after the events of the Talisman. So I'm curious to see how this one's going to fare, considering the timeline and the fact that it was published many years after the first one. Lovable reader, hello, reading City of Glass. Ooh, Sandra Claire, like it. Hope you enjoy it. Trying to think, have I got to that point in the series? I don't think so. I think I might have, because that's book 3, I think, right? In the Mortal Instruments? I think so. I think that's book 3. And I think I read up to book 3. I have to basically reread the Mortal Instruments, honestly, because I don't remember where I stopped with that series. So if I ever go to like actually read it, any of the books in it again, because I have the whole Mortal Instruments series, I have all of the Dark Artifices, and I have all of the Infernal Devices. That's what it is. I have those 3 collections all complete. I also have like a couple other books because like I would like to be able to read and finish that entire set of books as there are now. But I have to go back to, I think, starting off with City of Bones, or at the very least, like when I get to the Mortal Instruments, I just have to start back with City of Bones. Second book to Girls with Sharp Sticks. Okay, that's where I thought I recognized it, but I wasn't sure. Usually really like Stephen King, but can never get into that duology. See, okay, because, all right, well, and I'll get into a rant about this here later after we've gone through the first sprint, but I don't know if you were here, specifically WV Rambler. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about having finished the Talisman, but I had some really, really like big thoughts about this because it like kind of changed my whole perspective of how I had been reading Stephen King up to this point. So I'll talk about that though after the first sprint. Okay, so yeah, it was book 3. That's what I thought. Hi, Destiny. Glad to see you. Yay, the Book of Mythicality by Rhett and Link. Oh my gosh, I need to get that. I love Rhett and Link from Good Mythical Morning. They are just absolutely amazing. They make my day, honestly. Like, I love watching their videos in the morning, like as I'm starting off with work. It's just such a good vibe. They're just great people. I love them very much. I have all of her books on my Kindle. I wanted to wait and see if I liked them in order to buy them physically. Hey, more than fair. I have most of the books physically because I bought them either used or, yeah, no, I think all of my physical books I bought that were Cassandra Clare books are used, with maybe one exception being City of Bones. I think that was a gift. And then I think it's the Dark Artifices. I have all of those on Kindle, I think that's how it is. Been a big fan of Stephen King for a long time, but some of his recent works bother me for some reason. I wonder if it's a style change, because I know that for a lot of people, his writing style with his newer work is very different, which I can conclude because I have read some of his newer stuff compared to some of his older stuff. And the tone is different. The writing style is very different. And I think that's usually what a lot of people's problems are. But I have like a whole issue that came up with the Talisman that I'll get into later, like I said, because there's some things about it that I genuinely felt really bad about how I had been reading him in the past, because it brought up some pretty hard topics. Just hunted up reading sprints and set a reminder for yours. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That's very nice. I agree. His only recent book I like was Dr. Sleep. That's my favorite one. Oh my gosh. Dr. Sleep is by far one of my top 5 favorite Stephen King books. Sorry, headphones users, if that squealing and screaming hurts you, I apologize greatly. Sorry, I'm a little loud for those of you that are new. For those of you that don't know anything about me, I have been doing a Stephen King reading series for now over 2 years, where about every month I read one book of his chronologically from publication date, with series, though, being back-to-back. So books that are in like a duology, for instance, I read the entirety of that storyline and then move on to the next book that was published chronologically after the first book. So I read The Shining, which I actually really did not like. I did not like The Shining very much at all, but Dr. Sleep, when I read that, was absolutely amazing. Like, it was leaps and bounds ahead. And that's actually what I'm hoping for with Black House, because I didn't really care for The Talisman a lot, but because of my experience with having read Dr. Sleep, which was published so many years after the first book, my hope is that Black House is going to be a little different, because Black House was published, like I said, years after the first book. And this is also similar to Dr. Sleep, set so many years ahead of the timeline. Like, Dr. Sleep was like 20, 30 years after The Shining. This is taking place about the same amount of time after The Talisman. So I'm hoping that this one's going to be better. I haven't read it yet. I've heard mixed reviews on it. It's good. I really, really like Dr. Sleep. The movie that came out by with Ewan McGregor playing as Danny, loved it. I love it. I love Ewan McGregor by himself as an actor, but that movie was just amazing. Just amazing. Love The Shining. My favorite book by him is The Green Mile. Have not read that as of yet. The Green Mile, though, is one of my mom's favorite books, because my mom actually was a huge Stephen King fan back in the day. And The Green Mile was definitely one of her favorites and one of her favorite movies that were made. I'm a little scared of that one, only because I know it's supposed to be really sad at one point. I read them in the wrong order, so I didn't understand some of the references until I went back and read The Shining. Yes, okay, that makes sense. And I think that might have been the case for a lot of people when Dr. Sleep came out, because I very vividly remember when Dr. Sleep was first published back in 2013, because I saw the book and I was getting into Stephen King at that point, and I had to wait so long before actually picking that up, because I realized I had to read The Shining first. So I was I just remember vividly seeing that book in the store one day as I was going through and buying books with my mom, and I saw it and I was like, oh my gosh, Mom, it's Stephen King's like newest book. Like, it's just came out. And she's like, oh honey, that's after The Shining. You have to read The Shining first before you get to that one. And I finally managed to do that, and I read Dr. Sleep, and I'm so glad that I did that, because, I was worried that I would run into that same problem where I wouldn't understand a lot of the references. But definitely would recommend, if you really like The Shining, I think you're really going to like what Dr. Sleep has, because it's just, I think it plays so well to what the idea of Danny's life as an adult would be, which I was really looking forward to. Scored a copy of The Regulators while thrifting. Oh my gosh. So actually just the other day, yesterday, I went to my used bookstore back in my hometown because I was out, like I said, for my grandfather's birthday back there. And the used bookstore I went to sell some of the books I had that I was wanted to get rid of, and I earned some money back so that I could purchase some books. So I got Misery, I got Thinner, I got The Tommyknockers, Gerald's Game, and what else did I get? I don't remember. I got like 5 Stephen King books that there was. Didn't like the end of the movie. Yeah, I think the ending for me was not my favorite in terms of like stories in general, but I really liked just the overall. I liked the way it was done, I guess. I liked the way that the whole environment of the supernatural aspects were done, because I did not like the way that The Shining did it. It was just, I don't know. I didn't like The Shining as a movie. I didn't like The Shining really as a book. The movie for Dr. Sleep, I thought the supernatural creepy aspects were done a lot better. And that's what I loved about that movie. Haven't read any of the Bachman books except the 4 that were in the collection with Rage. Okay, so that's another thing. Oh my gosh, you guys are making me talk like a mile a minute. I have not been able to read Rage. So when I first started this reading series of Stephen King, I came up to the point where I was going to be able to read Rage. I could not find it. None of the libraries I frequented had it. I couldn't find it in any bookstores. The closest thing I got was being able to find it on Amazon, but somebody was selling it for like $1,000. And I found out that it was because when that book was published, it received a lot of backlash because of the content within it. And because like, I think it had something to do with like a school shooting, and it kind of just happened very coincidentally where that story came out at the wrong time, because like all this stuff was happening around it, and it became impossible to be able to find it. But the only other way you could be able to find it, I think, was in the Bachman book collections, but I've never been able to find them. I don't know why, I just can never find those collections. Think that The Green Mile is one of the best movie adaptations. I have heard that that is one of the best ones when it comes to the movies, because I know that King hates the Shining adaptation that was made. I loved the Stand adaptation, the first one, the 4-episode TV series that was made back in the 90s. I loved that. Stephen King makes a cameo in that, which I thought was really cool. But I have heard that that is definitely one of the better ones. There is a tough scene in it, though. I've never cried when reading a book until this book. I'm pretty sure I know what scene you're talking about, because I'm pretty sure my mom explained to me what that was. Not like spoiling it per se, but like she told me that there was a very particular scene where it was very graphic and it was very, very hard to read and then also watch in the movie. So that's one of the reasons why I'm scared about reading it, only because of that particular scene that I've heard about. Hello, Caitlin. The puppy. Okay, I'll talk about Oscar. He is doing great. Oh my gosh, you guys, he's got his ears sticking up all the time. He's figured out his ears. They are too big for his head, but he's figured out his ears. He is so awesome. He is actually getting to be really, really good. He's a whole 20 pounds as of his vet appointment that was on Tuesday. He's great. He's doing so well. He's the light of my life, honestly. I love this guy. He's just the sweetest baby. And he just makes my heart happy. You know, like I've always wanted to have my own dog, and I grew up with dogs, but this one like was really special for me and Robert since like, you know, we've been married for just over a year. And, you know, this was going to be our baby, and it would help us figure out if we were going to be able to handle having our own baby, you know, in the future. And I think that so far I'm proving to myself through him, through having Oscar, that I'm capable. I'm capable of it. So that's, I think, really, really good things. King didn't like the movie The Shining either. Yeah, I know that one was definitely one where he just disdained everything to do with it, mostly because of the director. If you go on Thrift Books, you can find a copy of Richard Bachman's 4 early novels, and it should have Rage in it. My mom owned a copy and I was about to read. Okay, good to know, because I would like to have Rage, and I don't necessarily mind if I have a compilation of the other Bachman books, because that just means that the ones I have already by themselves, I could just get rid of and just have this one collection. So I might do that. Read a couple of the Bachman books, The Long Walk, Regulators. At this point, I've read The Long Walk. Oh my gosh. I've read a few of Bachman books already, because I included that within this reading series. And I liked The Long Walk, but it was just kind of one of those things where like there were a lot of references made in it that I wasn't very well aware of, because it wasn't published in my lifetime. So I didn't know any of the references going into it. So I didn't care for it as much because I just didn't understand that. But I liked the idea of it and the concept overall. Oh, Oscar is a German Shepherd. He is a white German Shepherd. Give me 1 second. He's currently sleeping out in the living room with my husband, so I don't want to go grab him and bother him. But I will show you a picture if it will show up on my phone. Well, maybe. Nope, it's too bright. Hold on. Let me lower the brightness. That might be too dark. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Trial and error here, folks. Okay, maybe that'll show up. Kind of, almost. You can see him a little bit more now, but that's him sitting in my chair in my library upstairs. He is a white German Shepherd. He has 1 brown eye and 1 blue eye. He's the sweetest baby. And actually, funny enough, when I was at the vet on Tuesday with him, the vet actually called him like the most well-behaved German Shepherd puppy he's ever met, which I'm like, are you sure that's my dog? Because he's a menace normally. But we actually found out today there are definitely some people he does not like, because he's normally one of those puppies where like he loves everybody, he loves company. But we had a guy deliver food to the house today, and he came up to the door, and Oscar did not like him. This was the first person he has ever barked at and had his hair stand up on end. So that was interesting experience today. Kind of puppy. I just have cats. The one in my icon is Shadow. Oh, and I have a ginger tabby named Copper. Oh, well, and you know what's so funny is I actually wanted a cat at first. I didn't want us to have a puppy. I wanted us to have a kitten. But our landlord doesn't allow cats because they've had bad experiences with people in this house having cats, because this house we have is rented. And they did allow dogs, but like they have some restrictions. So, but I don't know, like we had a pair of rats that we moved in with who unfortunately passed away in January. And, they were fine with the rats, but they wouldn't allow a kitten, which I thought was so silly. But they let us have Oscar, and that's kind of where we are. Like I'm so thankful. I can't speak. I'm so thankful for him. He's such a good boy. So glad it's a great time to build a really strong relationship with him before he becomes a foolish teenager. Oh my Lord, he's already kind of hit that. He's not foolish teenager, but he's definitely already shown he's very stubborn when he wants to be. Like, this dog has like such a wonderful personality. I just love him. And it's so funny because like he loves spending time with me. Like, he loves me. Like, he knows mom is safe, mom is comfort. But if my husband goes to work, he gets really upset for a little while, but then he's fine. But as soon as my husband walks in the door, when he comes home from work, all bets are off. Mom is chopped liver. Dad is the most important thing in the world, and he wants nothing to do with me for like 2 or 3 hours. So he's such a good boy, and like I said, he's very friendly. Like, especially with people that he's known pretty much his whole life. Like, my parents, he absolutely loves. My sister, he loves. Our friends that we have, he loves all of them. But for some reason, this delivery guy, he did not seem to like at all. I don't know why. My childhood best friend was a German Shepherd named Trouble. They're such good babies. Like, my uncle had 2 German Shepherds that I remember growing up with, and they were the sweetest things. And now they have another German Shepherd that actually looks a lot like Oscar, but he's got really bad anxiety issues. Like, but this poor dog, like, my uncle's dog, his name's Nike. He was left abandoned basically and was abused for like the first year of his life. So he's very, very anxious, like has really bad PTSD. This poor baby, like he's just been through the ringer. And then, there's my dog where Oscar, like he acts as if, you can't, if you don't pay attention to him for 2 seconds, like he thinks that you're abusing him because he wants all the attention. My landlord is cool. They are 4 units and has a pet or several. 2 others have cats and one is a Yorkie cross puppy. Oh, that's cool. Everyone has a pet. I love it. I love that. I really would love to have either a pit bull or a husky. Oh my gosh. So my husband grew up with pit bulls, like his whole life had pit bulls. So I never did. I actually grew up with Malamutes. My mom currently has a 3-year-old Malamute, but I grew up with another one and then also had a Chesapeake Bay Retriever and Lab mix. But I loved having our Malamute when I was growing up. She was the sweetest baby. But then, like I said, my husband grew up with pit bulls his whole life. So he loved all those babies. And the pits I was worried about because I'd never been around them. I never really experienced life with them. But oh my God, they are just the biggest freaking babies in the world. I swear. Like every dog to me is a baby, like every dog. But there is one pit bull that my father-in-law still has, and his name is Big Papa, and he's a black pit bull, freaking tank of a dog. Like, he is built. He is the biggest baby on the face of the earth. Like, you cannot go 2 feet without him wanting to climb into your lap, and he probably weighs close to 100 pounds just by his head. He's just, like, wants to always be in everybody's lap. Like, dogs are like the greatest thing. Like, seriously, and cats too, like, because I love cats. I grew up with cats outside, like in my parents' yard. My grandparents lived next to my parents, and they had a barn where they had a lot of like cats that would roam in and out. So I grew up around cats. I was comfortable with them. And my parents now have 2 cats, and they're just as sweet. But animals in general, like, there is nothing better than having like your own, especially that like you can come home to and just feel so much unconditional love. Like, I don't understand how there can be people in the world who would hurt animals, because why? They don't do anything to hurt you. If anything, they're going to stick by you and love you forever if you just let them. And that's just one thing I don't understand about humanity sometimes, that there's so many people that will willingly hurt like innocent animals like that. It breaks my heart. Ugh. All we ever had were mutts. We did have one dog, I think was a German Shepherd mix. She had the German Shepherd coloring, but her ears were like a golden retriever. Yeah, Oscar at first, he kind of had that where like when his ears were really floppy, he would look like a retriever, but he's a German Shepherd through and through. I agree. My cats are my babies. All animals are babies. I had, like I said, 2 rats. They were my favorite. They were my first rats I ever had, and I loved them so, so, so much. But they don't last very long. Rats are only about lifespan of 3 years. And they both developed cancer, and it was so heartbreaking to have them pass away. But they were my babies. Like, any pet you have is a baby. Like, I don't care what you have. If they're your pet, I consider them your baby. Dogs are weird animals, though. They always seem to crack me up. Yeah, my husband will tend to try to distract Oscar sometimes by putting on funny dog videos, like especially puppies, and like the ones where like they bark, because like we were trying to see if he can recognize like other animals. And it's the funniest thing, because like some of these videos that come up of these puppies and like other animals and stuff, like they're just super goofy. It makes my day. Like, there's nothing better than just watching an animal do something really silly or just, look kind of goofy. Like, we don't deserve animals. Like, they're just too pure. They're just wonderful, wonderful beings. You guys, you had me talking for half an hour there. I'm a pretty chatty Cathy. Some of you may know, but dang, we haven't even done a sprint yet. Why don't we get started with that, huh? All right, so for those of you that are new, because there's some of you I think that might be new, you might not know how I do sprints. So I do D12 sprints. You tried the Zootopia howling video. I have not. I've heard about that though, so I will have to try that on him and see what he thinks. Okay, so anyway, I do D12 sprints. So if any of you are familiar with Becca in the Books, who does Becca's Bookopoly, it's her TBR game she does about every month. And she has a readathon also that's based around it where she does what are called dice sprints. She uses 2 6-sided die, basically, like you would find in a game of Monopoly. And each of the little ticks on it are going to be 5 minutes. And whatever she rolls, she multiplies that by 5, and that's how many minutes the sprints are. I pretty much do the same thing, except instead of using 2 6-sided die, I just use a 12-sided die here. So a 1, which we will never really do a 5-minute sprint. I hate the idea of 5-minute sprints. They don't really seem to do much for you, but a 1 would be 5 minutes. And then we would go all the way up to 12, which would be a full hour. So how I do this, though, is that the first sprint is basically anywhere between 10 to 30 minutes because it's a nice warm-up, gets everybody settled in, you know, that kind of thing. And then we'll do more than that. You know, we'll do longer sprints than that. I was only going to plan on being on till about 10, but I'm feeling pretty okay, so I think I'll hold on till about midnight, my time at least. So we're going to kind of go from there. But let's see what we end up getting for our first sprint. So we're basically looking anywhere from a 2 to a 6. And here we go. Guess we're going to do the full 6. So roll the 6 there. So that means we're going to do a 30-minute sprint. I do have timers pulled up for everybody for us to see. They are pretty fun. This one in particular is an Among Us inspired one. I got inspired from my friend Princess for this one when she was doing hers. So I'm going to do this. This is what I want to do. So basically 30 minutes of reading. Do whatever you need to do in that time as well. If you need to make sure that you have, you know, a drink, snack, whatever, because we're going to be here for a bit. But otherwise, 30 minutes of reading, and I will see all of you guys at the end of that. One thing, though, I want to try to implement something because I'm getting inspired by my other friends that do sprints. In this 30 minutes, I want you to find the funniest word within your book. A word that, just one word that you think is really, really funny for some reason. No context needed. Just a really funny word. Okay? Find one. Share it with us when the sprint's over. Okay? All right, 30 minutes of reading, everybody. We're going to come back around the 2-minute mark of the next hour. Go. Hello. I don't know if you guys saw, but for a second there, Oscar was brought in to say hello. Ooh, spent the sprint cooking. That's good. Hope you enjoy your dinner. My husband made dinner for us tonight since I was partaking in my friend Princess's sprints earlier, so that was nice. But yeah, so Oscar came in for a hot second, but I think he might have gone back to sleep because he normally, when he's awake, is pacing around and stuff, so he might have gone back to bed. But how much did you guys read? What was your funny word that you found? My funny word was actually one of my favorite words, shenanigans. I don't know what it is about the word shenanigans, but it always makes me giggle every time I see it in a book. I don't know why. Hi, Thrifty. Glad you could join us today. Happy to see you. So yeah, we just got done with the first sprint, so you're not too late, really. We started a little later than normal because I spent the first half hour talking to everybody. Which, that reminds me, I want to talk about the Talisman to those of y'all that were not here last time. So the Talisman, okay. Word. Love it. That's okay. Forgot about the funny word. It's all good. It's all good. Read 20 pages. My funny word is goozle. Oh. Okay. All right. Did a couple Duolingo lessons, then read. My funny word is soupçon, a very small amount of something. Yeah, that's French, I think, right? I took a little bit of French in college, so 24 pages read about 20. Nice. I think I got through about 20. Let me see. Because I started at chapter 2. It's 22, a little bit less than 20 pages. I got like 17 full pages done, which part of that was being distracted by a puppy. So, yeah. Okay, so for those of you that are new and my Stephen King friends here, so Black House is what I'm currently reading. The first book in this duology is called The Talisman, and I have a review video for it. So if you would like to hear a more condensed version of my thoughts on this, feel free to check that out. It's definitely got, sorry, I got distracted. I was pronouncing it soup con, so now I can say it right. Yeah, those C's with the little thingamabob on the bottom of them, they make it an S. One of the only things I remember from taking French. Soupçon, I think. Something like that is how you would say it. Anyway, so The Talisman, it's a book that focuses on a 12-year-old boy named Jack who finds out that, not really finds out, he's known for a while that his mother's dying basically of cancer, and within a couple of years before the story actually starts, you find out his dad died in some accident, but there's a little bit of mystery surrounding around it. And there's a lot of mystery surrounding around his mother in general. Like, he doesn't understand why his mom's having them move around and stuff like that. But then he meets up with this guy named Speedy Parker who tells him about this thing called the Territories, which the Territories, I don't know if this has anything to do with the Dark Tower world specifically, but the Territories act as if it's like a parallel world, a parallel universe of sorts, where the Territories basically have everybody from our world the exact same, but they're well, not the exact same, but they're the same people with slight differences, like, color of hair, eyes, something like that, something fairly menial. Like, they don't 100% look like people in our world, but very similar to where, like, you could say, hey, this person is like my twin in this world. Well, Jack basically finds out that he is destined to go between these two worlds, and he is being tasked with finding this thing called the Talisman. Because not only is his mother dying, but a woman who is basically her twin in the Territories, who's the queen of this world, is also dying. And the only way to save her is to basically find the talisman and bring it back and use it to basically heal his mother and then therefore heal the queen. While this is happening, though, you are finding out that there is a man that is hunting down not only Jack but his mom, in a sense where he was like Jack's father's former partner, friend, whatever, and may have had something to do with his father's death. We don't really know. It's not clear as of like the beginning of the story whether that's true. But you just know that he is basically after Jack, and it's kind of a race against time. It's a race against this other person to find the talisman and use it to save his mother and then therefore the territories itself. So the issue I have with it, and I talked about this in the review, is overall I think the structure of the world wasn't very clear. But one of the biggest issues I had with it too was the fact that for some reason in the Talisman, I found so many issues with the representation of Speedy Parker, who was a black man. And granted, I know that there are definitely some people. Oh, we have an Oscar who's arrived. Hold on. Before I get into some pretty heavy thinking stuff, I shall show off the puppy. Here is the puppy in all his glory. This is my Oscar. Oscar, hey, Baba. Want to say hello to everybody? He is very interested in my book, apparently. He wants to sniff it. Does it smell funny? Say hi to everybody, Baba. Say hello. Oscar. Hi, baby. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is my baby. This is my baby. Say hi, Baba. Okay, I think he wants to get down now. Are you going to go? Okay, goodbye. Or are you going to stay in here? Make up your mind, dude. What are you doing? He doesn't quite know what to do. I know, isn't he? He's a sweetie. I love him. Okay, bye. I love you. Goodbye. He left. Yeah, that's my papa. I told you guys he'd come in. Yeah, he likes to float in and out of here sometimes. But anyway, so the issue I have is that so keeping in mind that there are a lot of different kinds of stereotypical characters when it comes to Black people. One in particular being kind of the Black male character that is very characterized, very goofy, aloof, kind of fool-like, if you will. Speedy Parker basically was that character. He was very much characterized as a crazy, kooky old man who didn't really have any purpose other than to kind of be that token Black character that's crazy and kooky. Now, this is not something that King does all the time in his work, but something that I realized while reading The Talisman was the fact that the Black characters that have come up in several of his books in the past, by this point in time, were kind of stereotypical in a lot of ways. And I wasn't necessarily it wasn't that I wasn't aware of it. It was more of that I wasn't paying attention to that until I got to that point. And so it kind of didn't necessarily paint the Talisman in that worse of a bad light, because it was not that great by itself. But coming to that realization was kind of hard-hitting, because I was like, I cannot believe I've spent all this time reading this work and not paying attention to that, which was one of the things I was trying to pay attention to over the course of time. And Oscar's in here again with my husband this time. What, Baba? You look so sleepy. What's wrong? What? Dad, put me down. He's saying, put me down. I don't want to be held. Put me down, woman. So, yeah, that's basically the kind of thing I had to learn and understand over my course of reading The Talisman. Now, when it comes to, because I think about it too with other characters, Dick Halloran from The Shining, right? A character who was very much kind of overdone in a sense where he was over the top, kind of that crazy, kooky male character that we see used as kind of a trope when it comes to using Black characters in stories in general. And then you also have kind of the mammy character when it comes to Black women used in books. One could argue that in some ways, Abigail from The Stand could be put in that light, or that she exemplifies a lot of those very similar stereotypical traits. And also, just on top of it, in the Talisman, I noticed way many more times the usage of the N-word. And I was very uncomfortable with all of that because I hate that word. I hate the N-word so very much. And it is because it makes me uncomfortable. It is something I never have used in my vocabulary. I have never found a reason to use it. It is not a word that I have any, good feelings towards. So basically, my experience with the Talisman was really checking in, I think, with myself in terms of how have I been interacting with these novels that I've read of King by this point. And how exactly I've missed a lot of stuff that I think I probably should have been paying a little bit more attention to that I didn't. And I felt very, very sad about that because I felt like I let myself down in the sense that I wasn't holding myself to that, accountability of calling out those issues. Because he's definitely used the N-word many times in a lot of his older work. But I never really brought that up because it kind of, I think I may have just gotten kind of complacent with a lot of it. So going forward, since having read that recently and now getting into Black House, which is, like I said, a book that was published years after the first one and takes place years after the original content of the Talisman, I'm looking more so now going forward for those issues and kind of seeing, especially in series where the story ends up, becoming, over the course of time, more and more in depth in terms of like a series, like going book after book after book. Where do those issues continue to crop up, if that makes sense? I know a lot of Stephen King fans, they tend to be kind of one side or the other with this. This is just something that I started to kind of come to realization with the Talisman. Because I know I have some Stephen King fans, like I saw earlier in here, so I didn't know what you guys had thought about that. Being Stephen King fans and having read some of the work and, whatever you might have. Recently reread Needful Things and noticed similar things in the character Eddie. Okay, I have not read Needful Things as of yet, but I'm glad that I'm not the only one that is seeing these over stereotypical or over stereotyped tropes when it comes to Black characters. Another one that comes to mind, if anybody's read the Dark Tower series, specifically Odetta, one of her personalities, not the entire character, but one of her personalities is very much the stereotypical angry Black woman. Like, there's a lot of reasons as to why that is that. Like, her character by itself is, a very abused character, and so it makes a lot of sense why there's a lot of anger there. But the characterization of that anger, I think, plays way too much on that stereotype to where I felt a little uncomfortable at times. But I don't think I was able to, really put that into perspective until reading the Talisman and having to think on that character more often and much more in depth than I had during my process of reading the Dark Tower series. I still like the character of Odetta by herself because she's a very multifaceted character that we see over the course of time. But that was one aspect that I had totally forgotten about that I wanted to address, not just here, but in the review that I had done for the Talisman. So if you want kind of my more kind of condensed thoughts on that, please feel free to go check out the video that I made for that, because I think I spent a lot of time really making sure I got my thoughts out correctly when it came to that. And I feel like I did a really good job explaining my issues with that book and some of the issues I've kind of regretfully not brought up until that point. There's a lot of that with John Coffey and the Green Mile too. I have heard that. I do know that I've heard that in the Green Mile that I think that's the character that was portrayed by, oh my gosh, I can't even remember his name, but he was an actor that died not that long ago, or a handful of years ago. And he was like, is it the main guy in the Green Mile? The one that has the really unfortunate scene of death? I don't know, but part of the reason I wanted to do a Stephen King reading series is not only because I had some books by this point in time that I really liked, but I wanted to honestly be able to look at his work over the course of time and see if any of the issues that I had seen about him, about his representation of Black characters, his representation of women, of children, the gratuitous violence, those things that people seem to have issues with. I wanted to do a reading series that Michael Clark Duncan. Thank you. I could not remember his name. God, he was such a good actor. I miss him, truthfully. Like, it's so unfortunate that he's gone now. It's just wonderful. Just a wonderful, wonderful actor. But I wanted to do this reading series specifically so that I could pick out those issues and expand on them and see if that had changed at all over the course of King's writing. And I'm sad that it was something I never really brought up until the Talisman. I think I might have initially started off doing reviews where I was talking about some of the issues I came across when it came to his writing and things that he said and things that he, brought up. Because I was going back through some of the older reviews I did when I first started the series, and I kind of like fell off of that. And I really honestly feel bad about that, because that was my intent going into the series of reading Stephen King's work, is to pick out those issues that I saw within it. So this kind of gave me the kick in the ass, if you will, to like be more aware and like really pay more attention to the issues that come up. So I'm hopeful that Black House is going to be better in terms of a lot of that stuff that I saw in the Talisman. And I'm hoping that it's going to have a similar reaction to how I had with Dr. Sleep versus The Shining. But I'm also trying to remain aware that I'm still at a point in his career where he might not have had a lot of those changes happen as of yet. Guess I never noticed that before. I haven't read one of his books in a while. And that's okay. Like, there's some times where like you might just completely gloss over some things, and that's totally fine. For me, I think that might have also been part of it, is that I unintentionally glossed over some stuff, but thinking back on some of those other books, I realized like, oh my gosh, I did gloss over that. I didn't think about that before. I didn't notice that thing before, but it definitely was there, So I'm not saying that like by any means that anyone who isn't aware of these things is bad, or like that you're wrong or whatever. Like, I really hope that that's not coming off that way. I just feel like I'm calling myself out on my ignorance, and I'm trying to call myself out on my unobservant nature, I guess, and my inability to I don't even know how I want to say that. Like, my inability to comprehend, I guess, what exactly it was I was reading and how those things were being portrayed. Like, I'm basically trying to call my own self and my own privilege in a lot of ways out, because as somebody who's a white woman, I might not always catch these things about how Black people are portrayed. And that's, well, my privilege in a sense where as a white woman, I don't always I'm not able to catch on these things that are considered issues when it comes to Black characters. And I have that privilege because I'm not somebody who has to deal with those things on a day-to-day basis. I'm not the one that has to be, that gets called the N-word a lot. I'm not somebody who has to deal with the ramifications of being a Black person. So I think that sometimes I have to call myself out on my own privilege and my own problems of being unable to see those things. I guess I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it, because basically what I'm trying to say is that because I'm a white person, I don't always see the issues surrounding around an author when he writes a Black character incorrectly or in a way that's stereotypical. I try my best to pick up on the things that I think definitely play on stereotypes that I am aware of, but sometimes I don't always catch it. Whereas somebody who's a Black person will definitely pick something out a lot easier about a stereotype than I will. Okay, I'm glad that makes sense, because I'm trying to think of the best way to talk about this, and it's very hard because I don't want to make it sound like I'm being what was me, I didn't catch that, boo hoo hoo, everyone should feel bad for me about that. But I'm definitely trying to make it apparent that I'm trying to check myself so that I can be a better person and call out these things a little bit better. and be more aware of those issues. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to think of. And I tend to ramble. I apologize because I feel like sometimes I don't get my point across very easily, very well. So I tend to ramble, and that is something that I'm trying to work on, but there's some things where I feel like I have to really explain myself. And I apologize if that seems like a lot to you guys. I know some people are kind of weird about being too wordy and being too rambly, but I feel like that's what it is. It's how I am. It's what I do. That's why you guys get the edited versions of my videos. Truthfully. So, as a white woman, I don't always see something the way a POC might. I'm especially bad at catching microaggressions in media, but I'm working on that. And this is exactly it. This is exactly it, Destiny. This is what I am trying to do. I am trying to find those microaggressions, those things that, that don't apply to me, but are offensive to other people, other cultures, other groups of, people that are outside of my particular race, identity, those things. Like, I'm trying to be a better person by finding those things and understanding why they're bad. That's why I started the Stephen King reading series at all, was I wanted to find out and understand why people had issues with some of the things he wrote. Why is it an issue? What can I do as a person to indicate to people that that is an issue? What can I do to make people more aware of those kinds of things? There are things that I don't catch, but there are things that make me uncomfortable that are not the same for others. Right. Something is always going to be there's always going to be something that you don't understand that makes somebody uncomfortable. Like, somebody might have a certain word that they don't think is comfortable, that they find is icky. But you as a person might be like, I don't understand why that is. And it's important for me to recognize that there's a reason behind why it feels icky, and I should be aware of that, and I should be aware of the reasons, and just be able to be willing to understand, so that I can either avoid using that word with that person, or at the very least understand the significance of that word for a certain community of people. I mean, as long as someone can understand where I'm coming from. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I said, I don't use the N-word ever. It is not a word that has ever been a part of my vocabulary. It is a word that makes me uncomfortable because of the connotation that I understand comes with it, historically and socially. But I know plenty of white people who also, are a part of Black communities where they are freely able to say the word with their group of Black friends, and it's okay. I don't have that, ability. I don't have that luxury, if you will. I don't have that kind of a identity to be able to say that word. And thinking about it genuinely, it makes me cringe to think of myself ever saying the N-word, because it is not a word I have any reason to say it. It's a no. I will never tell my children to ever be able to say that word, because it is not a word I think is a very nice one. Don't get me wrong, I cuss like a freaking sailor most times. I have some very, very fond words that are cuss words, but the N-word is one I will never allow my children to use, because that is not something that they should be saying ever, especially if they don't have people that they're comfortable with, in the Black community, that are okay with them saying it. Because like I said, there's some white people who are a part of Black communities that they're fine to say the N-word, because the people in that community that they are with, they understand that it's a different context that they use it in. I don't know. That's a whole sticky subject I'm not going to get into, because good Lord, that's going to just make me feel all kinds of weird. But my point being, I feel like I've been very lazy, complacent, if you will, with reading King, and I'm trying to be better about that. I'm trying to call out some of this stuff he does more. And I definitely think that if you gloss over it, that's okay. It's something. It's just stuff to think about, stuff to really look into yourself about, because like you might not have caught something, and that doesn't make you a bad person if you didn't catch something. So give yourself some grace for that. Just be aware of it going forward. Just be aware that there are things that you're going to have to look into in terms of being a possible issue down the line for other people. Like, there's a reason why there's a whole community of people that don't like Stephen King, and that's okay. I like still some of his work despite the issues, but I will never say that he is a author without fault. I will never say that he is an author without issue, because he's got plenty of them. There's a lot of them, truthfully. Like, most of his work in the 80s was done while he was drunk and or high. And there's some pretty fucked up stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Some of his stuff is really, really out there because he was drugged out of his mind for a lot of it. And there's a lot of books he has even said himself that he does not remember writing because he was so out of it. So, okay. Wow, guys, I am such a chatty Cathy. I apologize. It's been a week. It's been a week. And I just have a lot I want to say. So, let's go ahead and do another roll. I feel like I needed to release something from me from that. Apparently he has no memory of writing Cujo. Yeah, exactly. There is something with that one though, because I did read that, and I have a history of dog attacks. I was attacked by a dog myself when I was 9, so that was a trip. Like, I was okay. Like, it didn't trigger me too bad, but good God, that book was terrifying. Somebody that's a former victim of a dog attack. But yeah, so apparently with Cujo, he got in some kind of an accident, I think. He got in an accident on his motorcycle, and he had to get it repaired. And so the place I think he went to, there was a St. Bernard there, and that's where he came up with, supposedly, with the idea for Cujo. But I do believe, yes, he does not even have any memory of writing it. Like, there's a lot of stuff in that time period he has no memory of writing, because for a lot of his career, he was super, super addicted to substances. And it's honestly quite sad, but some of it's interesting, what came out of his head. Okay, so this sprint's going to be a little shorter this time. We rolled a 4, so that means we're going to have a 20-minute sprint for this one. So let's pull up my timer. This one's going to be reminiscent of our continuing winter here in the Midwest. If any of you are from the Midwest, I am in the state of Michigan, so we just had some snow hit us here a little while ago, a couple days ago. So nice little end of winter timer. So anyway, we're going to get started. So 20 minutes of reading. Going to come back again around the top of the hour. It's a very interesting fact. I think he said it in an interview of some kind. There was a very particular accident that he was in where he saw a Saint Bernard and was like, "What? You're also from Michigan? Hey, that's awesome. That's so cool. Love seeing my fellow Michiganders." Anyway, okay, so let's do 20 minutes of sprints. This time, I want everyone to look for. Ooh, tell me if there is any kind of food that gets mentioned in your book. Tell me what ends up getting mentioned in your book in terms of food. And Discord needs to shut up. I don't care right now. I should close that off for today. I'm going to quit Discord. There we go. West Virginia. Oh, I get it. I like that. That's cool. I have family that's in the state of Virginia, but I'm familiar with that area kind of because I've been down there a few times. So, all right. Anyway, 20 minutes of sprinting, everybody. Have fun. And tell me if you find any food mentioned in your book in these next 20 minutes. Go. Hi. Hello. Hey, how you doing? All right. So yeah, Destiny, you're in Ohio, so you guys got a dusting. When was it? It was Friday, I think. We got out here like Thursday night going into Friday, like 4 inches or so. And then it basically has started to melt over the course of the day. And then Saturday was snowing off and on, but again was melting. And then today, it's mostly been melting away because it's been like over 32 degrees Fahrenheit. So I would expect that like this next week it's going to be fairly warmer because we're getting closer to spring, which makes me super excited. It means I can get my herbs and my flowers planted and stuff here pretty soon so that I can get that stuff going. I'm so excited. Like this will be the second year actually that I will be getting stuff planted to hopefully have. So hopefully that goes well. Okay, so you had tea mentioned in J City. Yes, that counts. I would count it as, food or something. So awesome. 15 pages. Foods were strawberries, bananas, grapes, and sugar. They're telling the story of making illicit homemade fruit wine at 17. Okay. I didn't really have any food mentioned in my book at all in that spring. So that sucks for me, but 21 pages, and the food I found was Apfelkuchen or apple pie or cake. Ooh, yummy. Oklahoma. Okay. Oh, yeah, you're from Oklahoma. So do you guys even have snow down there? I know you guys are like more middle of the country, so I don't know if you guys are even getting snow at all down there. Oh, God, I'm so ready for spring. I'm so excited. Like, I love springtime, but I hate the transition from spring into winter. And I can always tell when it's going to get warmer because, and you guys aren't going to really be able to see this, I don't think, but like, I don't know if anybody else gets this, but I get allergy bumps like on my fingers, specifically on my index fingers. I get basically allergy bumps when the temperature tends to kind of go up and down, up and down. And they're basically like little blisters almost filled with fluid, and they itch like fucking crazy. It's so annoying. Got about 4 inches Friday night into Saturday morning, but a lot melted today. Yeah, that's pretty much how it's been with us for the last like handful of days. Oh, 15 minutes listening to Becoming by Michelle Obama. I loved that book so much. I think I read that sometime last year. I want to say maybe beginning of last year, maybe in 2020. But I loved that book. Like I cried so much reading that and listening to her talk about her family. It was just, that was so amazing. I loved it. Ooh, coffee and donuts. Yum. Love it. Food was fried chicken and potato chips. Oh, I think I know what part you're talking about. Had snow on Friday, all melted now. Yeah, ours is not. Okay, so yeah, I would expect it to be pretty melted with it getting fairly warmer down there. So ready to plant my container veggie garden. Yeah, I have mostly for me it's herbs and flowers because if you guys don't know, I am a practicing witch, and so I use herbs and flowers in my spell work, and so I like having my own stuff. I have like stuff like stocked up in terms of like I purchased dried herbs and flowers from other local companies, but I want to start growing my own. I want to have my own herb garden, stuff like that. So I'm starting that up this spring, and I'm super excited. They had that at the drive-in movie when Michelle was a kid. Yes, okay. I was trying to remember what part that was at, and that whole book is just beautiful. I just love it. I get that too, and it drives me insane. Yeah. It is so annoying because like it's like not that my skin gets like clammy or anything. It's not like, when you normally get like warts or something when like your hands are sweaty all the time. It's not that. My hands are like completely dry, but because of the change in temperature, like some people get allergy bumps like on their elbows. Like my sister used to when she was really little. I get them on my index fingers and only on my index fingers. I don't know why. And it is really frustrating. So I have to like use basically like a certain lotion that helps to restore the skin barrier, basically, because essentially what happens is that it gets so itchy and then it cracks because it also like all dries up, and it's just so annoying. Like it's the one thing that I hate when it comes to going into spring is that transition period where this happens. And then my allergies get out of whack by themselves. So it's no fun. But all right, so far doing pretty well. We're about halfway through normal sprints. I was only going to go to about 10, but I'm still feeling good. I'm still feeling like I want to do more sprints, and I've been doing sprints since 3 p.m. today, so I'm still good to go. Let's keep going, right? Let's do it. Okay, so mine seems better when I take a daily allergy med. Mine are on the sides of my fingers and knuckles only. It's so terrible. Hi, Princess! Glad to see you here. Hope your sprints ended up well. Yeah, I take a daily allergy medicine too. I have for years. It basically take like Allegra, but it doesn't really help with the stuff on my fingers, because this only happens, like I said, in that transition period from winter to spring. So no matter what I do, unless I'm like, using that lotion that helps to keep my the spot like hydrated and keep it from cracking, that's the only thing that helps with it. So it's unfortunate, but it's what I got to deal with. Yay, I'm so glad that they were good. I love your guys' sprints. I seriously, Bree and Brandy are just wonderful. And when Bonnie can get in, I love seeing you guys all together. It is like so much fun. So I'm glad that they ended up great. Have only 56 pages left, so we'll be finished tonight. Yay! Awesome. Okay, well, let's get you to that point. Now the princess is here. Now we got a party going. Now we got it all. We got all my peeps here. So let's go ahead and why did I even do that? It took me a second, but why did I do that? It's me. Whatever. Anyway, let's go ahead and make our next roll so we can get started now that we got the princess in the house. Okay, I guess we're going to have some short ones today. So we're this time going to do a 15-minute sprint, which I guess makes sense considering that I spent a full hour after both sprints sitting and talking. So I guess the short ones are pretty good. So we'll go with that. All right, so this time we've got a cute little rainbow timer. Princess, you may have used this in the past, and I think I might have stolen this from you because I liked it. I don't know. But we're going to go with this one. So this time, let's see, what can I have you look for? Okay. What if we did... Okay, so this one I'm going to have you guys kind of do, like, you come up with it in a sense on your own, but this is the prompt. I want you guys to pick any word that you can think of off the top of your head, and I want you to see how many times that word comes up in the course of this 15-minute sprint of your reading, if you can do it. If you don't have a physical book that you're working on, like if you have an audio book you're working on and you don't have a physical representation to count how many times that word comes up, I guess just if you can pay attention enough to where like you can pick out a word that's used often in that 15-minute span, try to figure out like how many times that comes up. Like, just do the best you can with that. I apologize. This is not as friendly to my audiobook people currently. But if you can recognize a word that it comes up quite a bit within the next 15 minutes, let me know what that is. But for everybody else, pick a word and count how many times it comes up in the course of your reading in these 15 minutes. Okay? Try to come up with a different one for the next time. So anyway, let's go ahead and get started. Go. Hello. Psst. Hello. Hello. It's the end of the sprint. Okay, so hi. Oscar heard we were done with our sprint, so he wanted to say hello. Come here. Come here, Baba. Hello. Come here. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Whoa. He is very energetic right now. Hi. Say hello. Say hi to everybody again. Hey, no chewing on the book. No, that's a no. We're not doing that. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Okay. Excited puppy. Where's your toy? Go find me a toy and bring it. Goodness. Nope. Okay. Apparently he wants to lay on the blanket. I know. Yay for an Oscar. Oh, okay. Goodbye. This pooch, I swear. What? Now he's looking at me through the door. He's a goober, that's for sure. Okay, so the word I was looking for was the word crazy, because I thought that was going to come up a lot with this book. But in that entire sprint, I only found it once, which was interesting. So what was your guys' words that you were looking for, and how many times did you find it? Okay, here we go. Got some people bringing them in. 14 pages, and I decided on the word train because the characters were traveling on one, and it was used 19 times. Okay. My word was with and did not see it. What? Are you serious? How is that possible? That is so weird. Read 25 pages. I picked birthday. The chapter's about parties, and it's my birthday, LOL, and it was used 4 times. Happy birthday, Destiny. I forgot to say that earlier, but happy birthday. Happy birthday. That's fun. Oh, yay for birthdays. I love it. Okay, awesome. So I'm sorry again to those of you that do audiobooks. It was the first thing that came to my mind, and I didn't realize it wasn't going to work out so well. So I'll start thinking up of something for the next one. But what is going on? What else can I talk about real quick? You're welcome, Destiny. Oh my gosh, I gotta okay. Ooh, here we go. Listen to more becoming consonant words used: white, the word Michelle misspelled in kindergarten, and Dee Dee, the childhood bully. Yes, okay. Yep. I know exactly where you are in that. Okay, so what's been going on with me that I can share with you guys? Not much. I think I mentioned last week that my company might be was changing agencies. I don't know if I talked about that or not. But yeah, my company is basically changing agencies where I'm basically going to be being paid by a different group of people for the same job. Excuse me, but yeah, so for a while I've been trying to work my way to getting a raise. And technically they're not giving me one for this changeover, but I'm also going to be getting much more PTO than I ever have before. And I'm also going to be getting better benefits, which to them was supposed to be the way that they work around giving me a higher wage. So it's really cool that I'm getting more PTO, because I'm getting 3 times plus the amount of PTO I was already getting just by moving to this new agency. But I'm still not sure if exactly it's what I want to do. I'm a little on the fence about a lot of stuff, so I'm not actively looking to apply to a lot of places, but it's something I'm definitely keeping in mind. Yeah, this is exactly it. It balances out in a lot of ways, but a raise would have been nice. Because yes, better benefits would be great to have. PTO is very nice to have. But at the end of the day, that's not any more money going into my pocket that I, would have worked for. So it's kind of like one of those weird things where I'm like, I'm not quite sure what I want to do at this point. Because I had said that if they weren't going to give me a raise, that I was going to be finding another job. But I'm like, I don't know. Like, now I'm kind of waffling only because like I do like my job. It is still a job I do enjoy having. I just don't like the fact that I'm not being paid for like what I feel like I am worth, if that makes sense. So yeah. So that's kind of where I'm at. But otherwise, everything else is going pretty okay. Robert's going to be going on vacation from work here, not this coming week, but next week. So he'll have like a whole week off where he's just going to be home with me and just not going to work. He did tell me, though, a little bit ago, he is planning on going on a trip for a day out with some friends. See, this is exactly my point. We can't pay our bills with PTO. Like, it would be nice, but like a lot of times that PTO, like it's just replacing the time I would be working. Like I would still be getting the same amount of pay for the day that I would not be working when I use my PTO. So another feeling, I've gone to a few different jobs in the past couple of years. Like I'm not necessarily opposed, because like that's the thing is I'm not opposed to staying because I think I like my job, but I definitely feel like I need to be making more because like I have a bachelor's degree. In this job, like technically, I guess you could say is like a clerical assistant position of some kind, because I'm basically doing a lot of the clerical based work, I guess. But at the same time, like when I started, I basically was on a team of 2 that went to a team of 6 that went down to 4, went down to 3, and now is down to 2. And as far as I'm aware, they're not looking to hire another person to help take on the workload that myself and my coworker have. And it's not that it's like the type of work has changed. It's just the amount of work and day what we have. So I'm just like, there's a lot of things up in the air. I think that right now I'm kind of just not sure what I want to do. So I'm kind of just waiting to see what happens, because we're supposed to start going through the transition of like to this new agency. Like our first technical day with them is supposed to be April 4th. So I don't know. We'll kind of see how that goes, but I'm not happy about the fact that I'm not getting actually a higher like pay rate, but I'm also like, it is more PTO, it is better benefits. Like how much of that though does like where does the niceties end within all of that kind of thing? Company I work for was bought out by another, which took place last year, but our pay is set by contract, so it will stay the same until the contract is renewed, but that won't be until next year. Ugh. Sucks. Never had the option to be able to get a pay raise. I have my CNA license and I don't get paid enough for what I do. Oh God, no. Like CNAs don't get paid nearly enough what you guys should be, doing. I know plenty of people that are CNAs, like in my personal life. The shit that you guys have to deal with, none of y'all get paid anything close to what you're supposed to be getting paid. Flat out. Maybe seeking out a second stream of income. And I would like to. I don't even know, though, what I would want to do for that, because I don't want to take on like another part-time like job that requires me to be out of the house, because I have a puppy and I don't want to leave him on his own too much, If I could find something that would be like, if I could have my channel monetized, that would be great. Like I would love to be able to have a monetized channel and be able to have at least some kind of a small income coming in from that. I had wanted for the longest time to set up an editing services business where I could do, basically work my way to doing freelance editing and working with, novels and stuff like that. But in the last couple of years, that dream has kind of died away, only because it's not as forefront in my mind, I guess is the way I want to say it. It's not something that like I'm as passionate about as I think I was when I first got out of college. It's still something I think about as like a possibility, but I don't know. I'm not really sure what exactly I would do for a second stream of income, like on my end. Because like my husband works like we're able to pay our bills fine, no matter what. It's more of like, I just wish I could get paid a little bit more than what I am now, because I think I'm worth that. I think that what I do deserves to make me a little more money than what I'm making now, if that makes sense. I mean, I've proven myself, I think, more than I should have had to, and I should be compensated for that, if that makes sense. Currently making hand sewn items that I'm trying to sell at local vendor events, but haven't had much luck so far. Things like tote bags and pot holders. See, and I love that stuff. I love little stuff like that, but it's just like, I'm not that talented at it. Like I do not have the patience to knit, to crochet, to sew. I can't do it. I don't have the patience for that. And like, I love having those handmade things. Like I love buying from small businesses like that, because like it's so much more personal, I think. Oh, and I love the vendor events. Vendor events are so much fun for me to go to. I used to go to those all the time with my mom growing up. Still, when I get a chance, I go, like farmers markets, other vendor events, like in the fall. They're like my favorite things to go to, especially around like Christmas time, because like I love just the handmade stuff. Like there's so much love involved in it. And I adore it. I'm lucky enough to be a stay-at-home mom, but I read tarot for spending money. See, and I want to do that too. I want to have a tarot reading business too, but I'm not confident enough in my abilities. Like I practice on like my family and like my friends that want readings, and they seem to be fairly accurate for them, but I don't have the confidence to like open up my own Etsy store for tarot reading, because God knows there's a ton of them. And I'm just afraid of like doing something wrong, and like, because that, if I was to do anything, I would want to do stuff like that, have my own business like that, genuinely. Going back to school for social work. Hey, my mom's a social worker. Good on you. We need more social workers, especially in the state of Michigan, because I want to make a bit more money and have to have more time for myself. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to think. I was going to say something regarding social work. So yeah, my mom's been a school social worker for, oh gosh, how old am I? I would say probably going on 15 years, I think, probably more than that. I'm not going to lie. It's very, very difficult. She could tell you from personal experience how difficult it was for her to not only find a place that she thinks like fit her well, but also adequately paid for her, because there's a lot of stuff with the state of Michigan in particular that makes it very, very hard to get into social work. But I love, love, love hearing that you're going to go to school for social work, because we really do need more people like that. It's just so hard to like have enough people. If I could make things that have an Etsy shop, same though, like genuinely, if I could make shit, like I'd be raking in the dough with an Etsy shop. I wish. Find this stuff gives me patience because it gives me something to focus on. I put on an audiobook or a podcast and zone out. See, and I like doing that. I like doing that with my diamond paintings that I do, but I don't have the patience to and part of it is I'm a perfectionist, right? So if I make something like that, like I hand sew something, if it doesn't turn out right, I'm going to be pissed. And then I'm going to hate myself. And then it's just going to turn into this whole like spiral that I don't even want to get into. So we're not even going to try with that, because it's just not going to turn out well. People do live shows with tarot readings. People super chat for readings. Yeah, I know that there's a couple people that do it like on Twitch, but I don't know. Like I don't feel confident enough in myself to do it for other people that I don't personally know, because part of it for me is that when I do readings for people I know, it is because like when I read their cards, I don't necessarily know everything about what's currently going on with them, but I can kind of make inferences about what the cards mean and what I know of the person. So I don't feel confident enough doing ones for strangers, I guess is what I would say, is I don't feel comfortable enough doing them for strangers, because I feel like I need more practice, because I'm just, I don't know, like I'm just very, very nervous about doing it for random people. I have no clue who they are. I don't think I try on Etsy because I don't want to deal with shipping. Plus, I don't sell anything special that would compete with already established sellers. Yeah, I get that. Etsy can be really hard to break into for a lot of people, I understand, because like it is so oversaturated with like the same things over and over again. I would like to work in the foster care system or into the medical part of it. I haven't figured that part out yet. Don't even worry about it. But like genuinely, even like I said, if you don't want to get into school, like the school systems, the state needs social workers. There is such a high need for them. We just don't have enough in the state because also we're not paying them enough to do their jobs. Like you guys, like not only my mother, but I have friends who have gone into social work and gone into psychology in general to like become therapists or become other counselors. Like, especially dealing with children who are from the inner cities, the people that become the social workers for those areas don't get paid nearly enough what they should. My mom actually used to work in inner city Lansing for a couple of years. Worked with schools that had specifically kids who were from refugee families, and the amount of crap that she had to deal with, the bureaucracy, the red tape, all that jazz, just to be able to be paid for what her work was, it was ridiculous. It is so difficult. But like there's such a need for it. And it's like you can't, it's such a hard thing because like I want people to go into the things that they're going into, but at the same time, I'm like, we got to get better pay for these people first. Like we got to like actually have good pay set up for these people if we're going to have them, but we don't have that. And so I think for a lot of people, like they go into social work thinking that it's going to be, you know, not necessarily glamorous by any means, because it's not going to be glamorous, but like some people go into like psychology and go into social work thinking that, you know, you're going to make a big, big, big difference. And in some kids' life you're going to, or some people's life you might, but you have to deal with a lot of stuff before you get to that point. And it's not fun. Just having watched like the people I know going into social work and going through what they've gone through, it's heartbreaking sometimes. Like it's hard. It is a hard, hard field to be in. Like mentally and emotionally, like it sucks the life out of you some days. It's not fun, but I commend anybody that goes into it because God knows I could not. I could not do it. It takes a certain kind of people to be able to handle the stuff that they do on a daily basis. I'm sensitive enough as it is. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. I really hope that it ends up, I really hope that wow, I can't speak apparently. I apologize. I really hope that you do well with it because we need more people like you in the world that want to do that. Yes, I actually follow a few tarot readers on YouTube, and I actually, for a short time, was doing tarot readings on YouTube. I have videos that are privated, but I privated them because I didn't feel very good about how they were done. I didn't like what I did. I felt like they just did not, like my perfectionism kind of came in there a little bit, but I also just felt really weird. Like it just wasn't something I felt like was working for me. So, because I was just, you know, reading to a general audience and I just felt very strange trying to read for a bunch of people that I don't even know, you know? So I stopped doing that and I haven't come back to it since because I'm still trying to figure out, like, where is it going to be where I'm going to hit that line where I feel comfortable, you know? Still in my baby stages. I've established a little on Facebook and I'm working to branch out onto Etsy and maybe eventually TikTok, depending on how much time I need to devote. So, well, funny thing, actually, I say that I haven't done much with it and I totally forgot. I was doing daily tarot readings on TikTok. I kind of just made myself look like a hypocrite there. I apologize. Because like I just got in the mood to do readings and Again, though, like, okay, so like I did it and I feel like still it's weird for me. Like, I'm not going to take my TikToks that I've done down, but I did them for like a couple weeks straight where every day I was doing like a daily tarot reading for the general public. But just like with the YouTube ones, I didn't feel like I was 100% comfortable with them. Like, because they would get quite a few views, but it's like I just feel really weird about doing it. And I think it's because, like I said, I'm just not quite comfortable doing it. Just because, like, it's to people I don't know. You know? Like, I felt like I was kind of putting on a facade of sorts. And I don't want to do that. If I do readings like that, I want to be genuine. But there's so many tarot readers on YouTube and TikTok that, like, I love and I wish I could be like them. I'm a little hard-headed sometimes, but I like to know that I made a small difference. I get that a little bit with my job now, and I've learned that those small differences are worth it. And hey, you know, that's all that matters, right? If you feel like you've been making a difference, that is all that matters. And I commend you for it, because again, I don't think I could do that. I don't think I could do that job by any means. Like, it is not something that I would emotionally be able to handle. Like, I'm a sensitive ass bitch. Like, I will cry at the stupidest things. So don't, like, I can't do that kind of a job. Like, I'm too emotional as it is. I can't handle when kids cry. I can't do it. I can't handle when other people are suffering, like, straight up. Like, it hurts my heart, and I would not be able to, I think, effectively do my job as a social worker if I was one, because I would be way too emotionally invested in every person I deal with. And that's not to say that you can't be emotionally invested in like your clients and like your caseload, like, especially if you do have a good bond with them. But like, there's some stories my mom's told me about, like, some of the kids she's worked with over the years, like working in the inner city schools, and like just hearing her talk about them, it broke my heart. And like, it basically made me want to do things like to protect these kids that probably would end up me being in jail. Like, I would want to protect these kids so much that I would put myself in jail to be able to protect them. And that's not okay. I don't need to do that. And so I don't think I would do a very good job of being an effective social worker if I got myself thrown in jail. So could not do it. But I love hearing that there's more people looking to go into social work, because it's a very, very needed field, truthfully. So. Plus, you're doing good people work, as I like to call it, good people work, where you're making a difference, you're feeling like you make a difference, and you're actually like putting others in a sense before you. So, good job. I love it. Congrats. Good luck. All the good things, all the positive things. Yeah. Okay. Are we ready for another sprint? Because I am. I'm ready for another sprint. Let's do it. I don't know why I'm acting all of a sudden like I'm just like nervous or something. I just all of a sudden had like this burst of energy. For those of you that are new, this is my personality. I can be very serious. I can be very goofy. I can be pretty much anything in the span of 5 minutes. It's me. And then there's the awkward that comes with it. So, ding. Yeah, no problem. Honestly, like I said, it's not something I could do. I wish you the best of luck. I just also know it's a really hard career. It's really hard from what I understand. So good luck on all fronts. Good luck with the school. Good luck with, getting your career started. It's gonna be a ride, but I'm confident you can do it. If you think you can do it, then you can do it. Okay. All right. So, excuse me. We're going to do a little bit of a longer one now. Still fairly short in terms of some of our longest sprints we've had, but we rolled an 8, which means we're going to do a 40-minute sprint. So this will not be the last one, but the sprint after this one will likely be our last sprint. So we've only got a couple more because we're getting close to 11 o'clock my time, which means that I'm getting close to the point where I'm going to have to go. But midnight my time. So we still got like a little bit less than an hour and 15 minutes. So we should be able to get through this sprint and then maybe one more. We'll see. Let me pull up my 40-minute timer. This one is a interesting one. It's a literal time bomb, but it's got different colored wicks. So like you can follow whichever one you want. And you know, me being the slight child-minded person I am, want to like just basically take my finger and find the path and just be able to get it all the way to the end. So you could do that too if you want. You can spend your 40 minutes doing that if you don't want to read, but I'm going to read personally. So, all right, everybody. 40 minutes of reading. Now for this one, what I want everybody to do in terms of a challenge. Oh, let's see. What can we do? What can we do for a challenge? Trying to think. What's a good finding challenge of some kind. If anybody has any ideas, please feel free to drop them in because I don't want to have to try to always be the one with the brain farts. I almost want to do a Mad Libs based one, but I don't even know how that would work exactly. Because like that would require a lot of forethought going into a Mad Libs based one. Maybe if any celebrities are mentioned. Oh, okay. That's a good one. Yeah. So, and this could be something where like it would be a celebrity either that is like in our world or maybe from their world. Like because like in fiction sometimes like you'll have actors and actresses or whatever that like they're not real people, but they are in this world and they're really popular. So yeah, go ahead and let's do this one. Let's count how many times a celebrity within your book is mentioned, like a celebrity in your world, or if you're reading a nonfiction like Thrifty is, how many times are actual celebrities that, we know pop up. I think that's an interesting challenge. Some of you might not have any, and that's okay. I don't know if I'm going to have any in mind, but that will be interesting to see if anybody else gets any celebrities. So thank you, Thrifty. We'll do that one. All right, 40 minutes of reading. Let's go. Hi. Okay, so I had one celebrity that was mentioned that entire time, and it was a former president at this time, but it was George W. Bush. It's the only celebrity I had that was mentioned. There were like some serial killers that were mentioned in this, but I don't consider them celebrities because they don't deserve to have that title because they're bad people. But yeah. Oh my goodness. Had 0. Yeah. See, I didn't know like if there was going to be too many people that would have celebrities, even if it was like celebrities from the fictional world. So, I mean, it was a good challenge. Definitely made you look through. Read 34 pages. The name Oakley was mentioned 11 times, and I finished my book. Yay! That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. Yay! And there's still one sprint left. We still have time for one more. Yeah, so what was I gonna say? I don't remember. I don't know. Okay, no celebrities for Anne Thrifty. My only celebrity was Barack Obama. Yes, another former president, as is expected. If I could speak properly, that would be great. Okay, so I guess before we go into our last sprint for the night, if you guys are interested, I have some stuff coming out here in the next week for reviews and other videos. So sometime during the day tomorrow, there will be a vlog. Yes, go head to bed. If you've already finished your book, go on, have fun. Thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate that you took the time to come hang out with us today. And I hope that your week starts off really well. Got really lucky with this one. Rhett has named dogs after Merle Haggard and Barbara Mandrell, and they mentioned Tony Hale because he was a guest the day they got their office pet. Read 30 pages. Awesome. That makes me so happy. Okay, so yeah, anyway, what I was going into was I was going to tell you guys what I got planned for videos this week. So tomorrow should be out a vlog from the past week, which I'm going to say now, not much. I didn't really film a whole lot this week for vlogging. I lost track of time, truthfully. But I should have 2, maybe 3 reviews out this week. It depends on if I can get my reading schedule under control because I'm a little behind. I was supposed to be able to try to finish this tomorrow, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. But I will be able to finish The Great Hunt tomorrow, so there will be a review video out for this coming week. If I can manage to get this done this week, there will be a review video for this. And then there will be a review video also for my reread of Renegades by Marissa Meyer, which it's in particular for my reread series that I'm doing. If you guys don't know, I do a reread series / finish series of some of my favorite books because especially with the series portion, like I might have only read a couple of books in the series, but I really, really like it and I want to finish it. So for the Renegade series by Marissa Meyer, I've only read the first 2 books. This will be my 3rd time reading Renegades, and it is by far one of my very favorite first installments of a series. So I definitely am excited for that one when I can get to that this week. But yeah, so I also this week, though, will be working on a separate vlog from my Greek Godathon vlog that I was been doing specifically for the books for Mini Magical Readathon. And I'm also working on finishing up my D20 vlog because I have a book for my Wheel of D20 TBR that is in this week's reading as well. So I should hopefully have a lot of content coming out in the next couple of weeks. But for certain, tomorrow the vlog for this past week will have come out, and I will for sure have this review out sometime this coming week. But I don't know if I'm going to get this one out this week, and I don't know 100% if I'll get the Renegades one out, just because I don't know how exactly the whole week's going to go in terms of my reading. Because like I said, I'm very behind with this one. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it pans out, but that's kind of the plan going in for this week. I don't have anything in terms of plans as far as like events or anything that I have to be a part of, because not this week, but next week is Robert's vacation week. So I don't really have anything going on. I don't even think I have any plans for next weekend. So I would like to try to make it this weekend a weekend where I can just chill out at home and do nothing but read, because I've been meaning to do that for weeks and I just haven't. So with that being said, my friends, let's see what we end up having for our final sprint. Please, D12 gods, nothing more than like a 6. Oh, this is a good one. Okay, guys, because I literally just said, please, nothing more than a 6. I rolled a 5. The gods have shined upon us today, making it nice and easy for us to end off this sprint after having that very nice long one. And this one's a really fun timer. This is a really fun timer. Hold on, I'll show you. It's a Pac-Man inspired timer. Anybody fans of Pac-Man? I definitely was. I used to play this game way too much as a kid. Oh, so we got a little nice 25-minute timer with Pac-Man and the ghosties. All right, so for this last one to end off sprints, what can I have you look for? Okay, thank you so much for joining me. Yeah, I have work in the morning too, but I'm going to finish up here because I want to get to the 100-page mark, and I'm almost there. So love Pac-Man. I'm terrible at it, but it's so fun. It is so addicting. But thank you, everybody, so much for joining me today for sprints. I know, like I said, my schedule has been kind of all kinds of wacky. I don't really have a full set schedule as of yet, because it's like every single weekend people want to do something with me. So I'm going to try, though, to make it a point where Saturdays, though, I'm not out past 7:30 so that I can make sure that I'm home for sprints. So with that being said, let's get started. So what I want you guys to look for this time in your books, I want you to look for, look for places. Names of places. It doesn't have to be like a city or a country. Like just names of places, like restaurants. Like it could definitely be countries or cities if you would like. But like just names of places, businesses, restaurants, areas, that kind of thing. Just see how many like of those you can find. You don't have to list off all of them, but tell me how many places you end up finding in this next 25 minutes, okay? All right. With that, let's get let's get our last sprint done for today taken care of. Good luck, guys. Finish strong. It's a nice short one. Let's go. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for joining me on these sprints. I know it's very late. I'm exhausted. I'm ready for bed. So I'm going to go get my husband, who's currently snoring on the couch, and the puppy. We're going to go get snuggled in bed. I hope everyone has a really good week going into this week, and I am going to try my hardest to make certain that the next sprints we do are going to actually be on Saturday night. I'm going to try to make it a thing where I tell people that want to see me that it's going to have to be, it's going to have to be during the day that we hang out. Oh, yes, the places. 19 pages mentioned their hometown, Boise Creek and Los Angeles. Awesome. Chicago. Cool. Of course, I always love hosting these sprints. They're always so fun. I had one mention of a city in Buenos Aires. I don't know how to pronounce it, but there was one place mentioned, and it was kind of just like a random little aside thing. Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for joining, you guys. You guys know I love hanging out with everybody. So yes, I'm going to try my hardest to make sure that Saturday night is the next sprint so that we do that from here on out. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so anyway, thank you guys so much for joining me, and hope you guys have a good rest of your week. Make sure that you guys take care of yourselves. Just do what you got to do to get through your day. But take care of yourself, okay? That's all I care about. Want you guys happy, healthy, and doing okay. So come join me this next sprint on Saturday. And make sure, if you guys aren't already, I am able to post in my community tab. So if for some reason I end up having to cancel, you'll know through the community tab on YouTube. I don't really use Twitter all that often. And I don't really use Instagram like as much as I should. So the easiest way for you to know if for certain that the sprints end up getting rescheduled, check on the community tab for the channel, because that's where you'll probably see it. So hope you guys have a great rest of your night and a good week. And I will see all of you guys on Saturday. Bye, everybody.